Oh boy. This. Hang on. I'm going to do a full verify. To make sure that I've got all the files from Steam. Oh boy. My heart's pounding a little bit now. How are you doing? Hello. If I look like I've just woken up, oh, that was already on. Oh god, it's already going dark. If I look like I've just woken up, that's because I've only just had my morning shower after spending all morning trying to fix stuff. Oh man. You've missed all the excitement. And there's been a lot of it. Hello. Right. Cyberpunk 2077 Bus Edition. Hell yeah. Yeah. Look, hair still wet. Yeah. Everything's been on fire. Absolutely everything's been on fire. Reese has been asleep. He's back now. The Eva City was broken. We've rolled it back to a previous version. The C200, the destination control. We only realised the destination controller broke after we fixed the Eva City. So we fixed that as well. I've been clicking back and forth through the map to make sure that everything is working, and it's all basically working. I sent Aerosoft the final patch like close to an hour and a half ago now. But yeah, now what we're doing is we are just downloading the final release candidate patch. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everyone cross your fingers, like all of you. It's going to be needed. But yeah, downloading the final, fingers crossed, release candidate patch. If this works, London will be released. And also I'm going to continue eating cereal. Cereal microphone as well. Oh god, this morning's been hectic. If it's fine for me and the other testers, but basically if this works, then this is the release version. There will be patches after release, but if this works, this is the release version. Hello, hello. Welcome in. That's downloaded. Oh my god, my heart is pounding. I really hope I packaged this all up right. I really hope I packaged this all up right. Right. Fingers crossed, everyone, cross your fingers. No idea. It was really broken. Reese doesn't know either. Basically what happened is this morning he did some fixes, then Steam updated, Steam broke those fixes. We don't know what it broke, but it broke something big. So we've rolled it back to yesterday's version, or I've rolled it back to yesterday's version. And at the same time we've also applied a lot of other fixes that we've been working on in the background. So we've compressed all the textures of all the repaints, so they should all load faster now. We've fixed the missing repaints. Well, I say fixed. What we've done with the missing repaints is we've just put other repaints in their place. So when we have the source... Oh, good sign. When we have the source repaints back, we can shove those in and it'll all work. Okay. We can confirm 3 of the buses are working fine. Let's have a look inside. Yep, the iBus is still missing. That'll be added in a post-release patch, don't worry about it. You'll just have to deal with the C400 not having the iBus unit. For now. It has the destination controller. This was the thing which delayed us by 2 hours. This went missing. Nobody knows why, but it went missing. And the NRM is fine. The buttons aren't missing, they're just black. It is released! It is released! Yep. There will be a post-release patch, but it's released. You can stop making memes about Addon London now. Oh boy. It is released. Yep, the DLC is out now. Hang on, let me link you to it. How do I share it from here into there? Like, how do I'll just open it on I'll just open it in a web browser. Yeah, here you go. It's released. Yeah, there are bugs.
Fire system pressure, okay.
We know there are bugs. This flickering texture here is one of them. We know about the bugs, but we've fixed everything that actually broke the map. It is released. Oh boy. I'm going to put some slippers on so I can dry. Oh, well, I thought you were on the testing team. You've said that so often. Yeah, Addon London is released. £27.07 because the price has been converted from euros. Oh man, what routes serve this stop? I can't remember. It's the 201, the 159 and the 133. Let's do the 159. I haven't done the 159 yet. So 159 from... Yep, there we go. Oh man. Route 159 to Marble Arch. You have no idea how relieved I am. We're finally there. Like, finally, actually there. It has taken so long. We did it. Open all the doors is the bus stop brake key, which is num minus by default. Oh yeah, you don't have a numpad, do you? It is bound to bus stop brake. Oh come on, it's not just that. No, not that one. There you go, station brake. Station brake and door release on off. So you'll need to bind that to something, as well as the door keys, the front and rear door keys. We did it, Reddit. It was a bit tight at the end. Like, okay, so the rundown of what happened is Reese was up all night trying to fix the last few issues, but some Steam update or other broke the Eva City. I'm not in... Oh yeah, I need to... No, that is set up. Good. Some update or other broke the Evo City. We still don't know how, so it's been rolled back to the state that it was in yesterday. So unfortunately that means we've lost fixes for things like, you can see that the destination controller text is flickering. We lost that fix because of whatever happened, but I'm just going to turn driver's head moves off because I just find that really annoying. So yeah, we lost that fix. I believe so, I haven't been over there and checked yet. But yeah, we lost that fix, but we'll put them back. We'll work it back out again. We'll sort it out, there'll be a post-release patch. Everything will be fine. Yeah, watch me while you're downloading and then go play it yourself. Yep. Our download moderation team is going to be... pray for them. Oh man. Yeah, we can do a bus announcement. Here we go.
159 to Marble Arch.
For your safety, please don't stand on the upper deck or stairs.
There you go.
Closed circuit television is in operation on this bus.
Thank you. Release days are amazing. Especially, it was like this when we released the C400 and when we released Cotterell. The release days are just, there's something special.
Streatham Station.
Yep. The adrenaline. Did I get everything right? Did I get everything right? Yes, you will. Oh, that's true. Yes, before we forget, So you should be able to run this map without the 4GB patch if you turn on Reduced AI List and 256 Texture Mode. If you don't, you will need the 4GB patch. We really tried to get it into 4GB, or into 2GB rather, but it didn't happen. We might still be able to later, but it didn't happen in time. Yeah, let me just run the patch. The 4GB patch is available on Fellas Film now. It's very simple. All you do is you launch the patch, you select the OMSI executable, and then you go. And you're done. Have fun. Hopefully you don't have too many issues. Fingers crossed. Everything crossed. "50 people are watching me eat a bowl of cereal." Nobody's even asked me what kind it is. Every time you update Steam, you have to reinstall the patch. They're Cheerios. Thank you for asking. And they're slightly soggy. I still can't quite believe that Reese has managed to make a map of this size. Look at the scale of this thing, it's insane. I'm in the wrong lane. I don't know. I know that work was going on to make it safe to drive with collisions. I don't know if it was finished. I mean, this is one of them now. Unfortunately, Gladbeck probably takes the prize for the biggest, but since Gladbeck's awful anyway, I'm not really going to count it. Yes, you can do round trips. There's also that Brazil map, yes.
159.
Performance, if you have the 4GB patch installed, is pretty decent everywhere except Brixton. In Brixton, it will chug, and there's not much that can be done about that. So the 4GB patch, what it does, so OMSI is a 32-bit application. That means it can only address 4GB of RAM, regardless of how much RAM you have. But by default, it can only actually address 2GB of RAM. So what the 4GB patch does is it opens it up and gives it access to more of that memory. One of them. I'm not the map maker. I made various things, such as I made most of the C400 originally, but since then Roadhog has basically done like way more than I did to start with, and I made all the AI, and I have spent today fixing all the various last minute issues. Oh no! I bet people were commenting on YouTube on my stream yesterday, and I wasn't seeing them because the restream bot wasn't signed in. Ah, that's annoying. And no, you do not have to launch the 4GB patch every time. You have to apply it once per update. But you don't need to launch it every time. So if you ever see... well, the poor thing would feel chained down a B8 hourly in London. Like, those things are made to do 60 miles an hour. Oh man, there are issues, but it basically works and the issues can be fixed later. So the thing is, if you run out of memory in OMSI, it will crash. The 4GB patch allows you to use more memory, so you are much less likely to crash. It's unfortunate that we have to recommend it. You might be able to get away without the 4GB patch if you use the reduced AI list and 256 by 256 texture mode. If you do that, you might be able to get away without the 4GB patch. But if you want the full London experience, it's such a big map that there really isn't much of a way around it.
Kings Court Road.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are installing. Also, at some point while driving, I am almost certainly going to go the wrong way. Hacker voice. I'm in. You have to patch the OMSI 2 executable, which will be in probably C, Program Files x86, Steam, Steam Apps, Common, OMSI 2.
to Marble Arch.
Also, hello George199. The Lancashire Lamppost, that's a great name. NJ Farrant.
Mount
Oh,
Ephraim
I'm
Road.
looking at people who... whatever. There's nobody here. None of you tell anybody. I'm looking at people's names instead of the road. Sumuzoka 2020 and Drawana. I thought you hadn't seen that. See, I knew you hadn't seen that.
159 to
Oh, thank
Marble
God.
Arch.
Oh, it's actually here. I can't quite believe we did it. I can't quite believe that we managed it. I mean, mostly Reese managed it, but like today has been a frantic day for me.
Streatham Hill Station.
Because
Streatham
I've
Hill.
basically been, while Reese hasn't been here, I was coordinating the fixes to the last minute problems. So this morning is super hectic. But yeah, so the other MVPs, I'll name them. The other MVPs are Dave, Evad Rave, Mystic Greg, there is like obviously Greg, Oh god, I will go and check the Discord and make sure I've got the names right of everyone who helped make it happen at the last minute, when everything fell over. I'm not, no. So, the people who helped at the last minute: Dazza1980, Evad Rave, Mystic Greg, and W33D, who you'll probably know as, oh god, what's his name on Fellas Film? Waleed21 or something? W21D, yep. Those are today's MVPs. Those are the people who made this happen today.
Bar Hill Road.
There you. Aside from, like, Reese and myself, you have that lot to thank for this actually coming out today. You have Reese to thank for... Okay, there's an issue with AI there. Whatever. We can fix stuff after release. It's fine. Go and have fun with it. It will gradually get better as time goes on after release. We're not done yet. One thing I want to do is I want to change all of these traffic lights to be pedestrian detecting instead of timed. Hello.
159.
Ah, no, for me, it's Cambridgeshire next. I am working on two things at the moment. One of them is a map of rural Cambridgeshire for OMSI, and the other one is my own simulator.
Telford Avenue.
I'm working on what I
OIQ
hope will be the replacement
Brixton
for
Bus
OMSI.
Garage.
I can show it to you in a bit if you want, but I don't want to distract from the stream with it. Because, you know, it's a London stream. I don't want to bait and switch people. I might need to fix my brake pedal. Is my brake pedal set up correctly? It is by Progressive. Yep.
159 to Marble Arch.
Yeah. This has been a mad morning. Like, utterly mad. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. One more thing. Reese has said that because of basically taking charge of the release today, he is happy to make a custom version of the C200 for Farthington. So Farthington will come with a C200. You heard it here first. Just a moment. But yeah, I need a small bus for the 34 and 34A, and I love the sounds on the C200. So, you know, it makes sense.
Christchurch Road.
Why shouldn't OMSI DLCs cross-pollinate? Ticket machine, probably.
159
Because Bog has been working on a custom version of the B8 RLE that I can use. Straight on. So what I'll probably do is make them both have the same ticket machine. I mean, the most important thing is that it will come with it. Which means that it will actually have, like, a variety of included buses, which makes me feel much better about it, because I was a bit worried about the 34 using the B8 RLE because it just didn't really feel right. Let me just check. Oh man, I'm expecting to see the forums full of screenshots of this and nothing else.
159.
The vehicle sounds, I mean, you record them with a microphone. But it's no good, it's no good trying to get them from YouTube videos because you need to have stable revs held. You need to have access to the vehicle from a depot who's willing to help you. The announcements are literally the CD copy of the London announcements.
New Park Road.
Like, Reese sent a request to TfL for a copy of their announcements, and they sent them to him, and let him use them. So the announcements are the actual announcement sound files used on the real ones. So how much more real do you want?
159.
I mean, I haven't seen a single emergency vehicle on my drive so far, and I've got the AI turned up to 300%. So I'm going to call emergency vehicles not an issue. Yeah, that's the only problem with them. We couldn't, like, apply a filter to them or anything to make them crackle. They allow you to use them, but they don't allow you to edit them. But, you know, they are the actual real announcements. Sailing past. The problem I'm having with braking, I'll have complained about this before if you've been here before, but the problem is I have a load cell pedal for sim racing, and it's very, very firm. So, like, I really have to push on it to get the bus to stop. And since OMSI doesn't let you set a dead zone at the end of the pedal, there's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, the vehicle sounds were mostly made by Hjalmar, otherwise known as Ratty, who is just got to be one of the best sound developers for the game, like, bar none. You mean passenger paths on the interior? Yeah, the development of the game is not... The development of the sim... Blah, of the map is not over yet. There will be a post-release patch. Sound count's too low. There will be a post-release patch, but... yeah. It's like we got it to the point of the point where everything was working exactly. We had to get it out and working today. We can fix stuff with patches. Oh, the rear door's open. I pressed the close button. Yeah, well, I probably didn't. But yes, it's released. Believe it or not. You can put a rest to the London will never come out memes.
Rush Common.
The sounds on the vehicles are amazing. The models are good, and the sounds are amazing. Aside from the brake sound on this bus. Like, the sounds are so good. Personally, I would turn down the passenger sounds volume. In fact, I might do that, just to quieten them down a little bit. But the vehicle sounds themselves are amazing. Yeah, so originally there was an issue with a particular couple of objects. Basically, there were a couple of bus shelters that were causing the issues.
152 Marble Arch.
Yeah, that, I assume you mean that bus path issue. And yeah, we'll try and fix everything we can. I wonder why the Windows texture takes so long to load on the NRM. I'm sure we can work it out.
Lambeth Town Hall.
But yeah, now the problem is just that there's so many vehicles there. And you can't really get away from that. There just are a lot of vehicles in that area. Anywhere there's a lot of vehicles, you're going to see reduced FPS just because vehicles take a long time to process. Hello, hello. You've missed one of the most hectic mornings in OMSI history. It has been nuts.
159 to Marble Arch.
Yes, yes, I showed Reese how to make LODs. No, I think you're right. I did fix all the repaints, so the repaints all use DDSs now, but the default version might still use the original PNG files.
Brixton Station.
So that's an easy fix.
And local bus
That can be
services.
sorted out. No plans for an Enviro 400H at the moment. There's been talk about rebuilding the C400, but we all need a rest. Like, we're going to be spending a while fixing stuff, and then we all need a rest. Yeah, the C400 basically needs starting again. It's a super old model. Hello, hello. Wobble. That's because I'm playing something that they want and have been waiting for 5 years.
(159) to Marble Arch.
But yeah, I've spent the morning, like, Reese was up all night making fixes. He submitted them to Aerosoft, went to bed, and then turns out that everything was broken. So
Brixton Road,
I've been in touch
Brixton
with
Police
Aerosoft all
Station.
morning, and I've been
Right here
coordinating the
for Brixton
fixes.
Academy.
And you have a bunch of people to thank for the map actually coming out today. Yeah. I'm very pleased with the job that I've done today. I can be happy with myself. And I still have no idea how Reese has managed to pull off a map of this size. And generally of this quality.
159 to
It
Marble
has
Arch.
problems. We'll be addressing a lot of them in future patches. But seriously, how the hell, even over the course of 5 years, do you build a map of this size and quality? Honestly, how? I just... And hopefully people will be doing this in my sim in a couple of years. I'm quite a quick driver at the moment because I'm behind. I'm probably about 3 minutes behind right now. 4 minutes behind, there you go.
Villa Road.
Yeah, it's pedal to the metal right now. Yeah, that stutter on loading those windows, I'm sure that can be fixed quite easily. Because that's causing quite a lot of the tile load stutter issues. Hopefully, yes. You won't. Hopefully, you won't have to fight the sim quite so much to do it. Yeah. No, he just wakes up in the morning, works on London, and then goes to sleep. Well, no, he doesn't wake up in the morning. He wakes up at about 5 in the afternoon, works on London until about 7 in the morning, and then goes to sleep. But what's he going to do now?
Marble Arch.
I mean, obviously more London, because we've got stuff to fix. But like, what's he going to do now?
Grove Way.
Oh man. Yeah, retire. Yep. Retire with all that OMSI London money. Well, not only to pull off the fixes, but also to finish the map in that time. Like, in the space of the last week... See you later. In the space of the last week, he has... he's basically had to make, or finish, areas of the map that are as big as the entirety of Farthington so far. Yeah, no, not all of it. We are meant to get some. At some point, I hope. If he doesn't give me any, I'll be waving the contract at him. Yep, exactly. So no Christmas money. I will go and double check it in a moment. But have you definitely turned the engine on? Hang on, nobody wants to get off here. And have you put it into drive with the handbrake on?
Hilliard
I
Street.
can't remember if you need to press the brake or not to put it into drive. I do that automatically anyway.
To Marble Arch.
I'll be quicker getting off.
159 to
Yep, sure.
Marble Arch.
In fact, shall we do an NRM route at night next? Because one of the things that Reese fixed last night is he made all of the night textures for all of the buildings.
Vassal Road.
Yeah. Yes, in one night. He also... You're not going to report me for that. He also... I've never driven one in real life, so I couldn't tell you. I've driven Tridents, I've driven Darts, I've driven B8 RLEs and B7 RLEs, I've driven N230 UDs, but I have never driven an NRM. So, the way the doors work on the NRM, the bus stop brake key opens all doors. The front door key closes the front door. The rear door key closes the middle door, and then the rear door key the second time closes the rear door. So to close all the doors, press the front door key and then press the rear door key twice. Ryzen 3600 at 4.1 GHz. I have driven a Routemaster and a Citaro. Ryzen 3600 overclocked to 4.2 GHz. An NVMe 1TB Sabrent Rocket PCIe Gen 4 SSD. And an AMD Radeon RX 580.
159 to Marble Arch.
Yeah, that, like, Roadhog worked out a clever way of mapping that, so you don't have to bind any new buttons to your keyboard. You just have to use the default ones. A lot of people have been complaining that it's broken because they haven't read the manual. No, I actually wanted to be in that lane. Excuse me, coming across.
Kennington Park Post Office.
I've been amused watching the Germans driving on this map. Oh. The roll blinds work if you set them via the destination controller up here. It's very easy. You set the route, then you press the blue button, then you set the destination. And then a little loading symbol will appear on the screen, and then it will roll the roll blinds. They do not currently work through the 72E menu. Ah, there you go. There's somebody who actually knows how to start an NRM. OMSI is weird with performance requirements. You need a good processor, but unlike most games, you do not need a very good graphics card. Yep. Yeah, I name dropped you as one of the people who helped make this happen this morning. But if that train's still broken, then I'm gonna rescind your name drop. Yes, you do need permission from the operator.
159 to Marble Arch.
Oh, apparently there's a bulkhead missing from the interior of the C200. It's fine, you can't see it while you're driving. We'll patch it out. Processor. Yeah. Making a bus. You will first need Blender, Paint.net or Photoshop, the OMSI 2 SDK, and several months or years of your own time.
Windmill Row.
I don't manually upload the streams to YouTube. They're all set to upload. Hang on, that's the left turn only lane. But yeah, I've been entertained watching the watching the German streamers play this map, because they all sort of, like, whenever another bus comes on the other way, they like slam on the brakes as if there's no room. Like, there's tons of room. You've got at least like half a foot. There's tons of room. Learn to drive.
To Marble Arch.
Honestly, like, I can take some credit because I did things like the AI and bits of the C400, but the work that Reese has done, I am just blown away. Like, utterly blown away. Reference blueprints. The single door C400 is still usable. There shouldn't be any problems with it.
Kennington Lane.
So, back questions. Ryzen 3600 is my go-to recommendation for processors now. Yeah, but every bus does that, not just London ones. Or British ones even. Every bus does that.
(159) to Marble Arch.
Okay. We'll find out. Maybe it'll break. The Ryzen 3600, if you can get it, then a Ryzen 3300X for OMSI will perform the same and be significantly cheaper. But it's very hard to buy them right now. But otherwise, Overclockers UK does a really good starter PC at the moment for £1,000. Like, it is £1,000, but it's honestly pretty reasonable for what it has in it. It has a 3600 and a GTX 1660 Super. Yeah, well, we'll release a patch for the non-London C400 if we have to. I would love a 5600X. I would love a 5800X.
159 to
I think the bus is
Marble
full.
Arch.
Yep. It works. Unlike some of the repaints to this morning. So another thing you'll notice is one or two of the repaints will not look as you'd expect from their descriptions. That's because their texture files were for some reason missing this morning. I don't know how they went missing, but I replaced them with the closest equivalent. Gadunk, gadunk, gadunk. We're getting into a heavy area of the map now. No, not C400 repaints. NRM repaints mostly. Actually, no, there were a few C400 repaints.
159 to Marble Arch.
Okay, so try turning the AI list to the reduced AI list. Turn the number of AI vehicles down. So the reduced AI list will switch you to only having red AI buses.
Lambeth North Station.
Oh yeah, there was one on the Evo as well. No, that wasn't missing. That one was a fix to the repaint template.
159 to
Oh yeah, the
Marble
interior.
Arch.
Photographs, lots and lots of photographs. Getting diagrams is extremely difficult. So you get hold of one and you take a lot of photographs. I feel like this green light isn't actually green underneath. I'm going to go for it, but I feel like it's not really green. Better than a measuring tape. You can buy a very cheap laser measuring tape. Yes, measurements to scale the photographs. You can buy a very cheap laser measurer, and that's much better than a tape measure if there's only one of you, because you don't have to hold on to both ends of it. I mean, a tape measure is great for outside the bus, but inside the bus a laser measurer is really useful. Oh, hello.
Lower Marsh.
Yeah, a lot of fixed versions of things that people have sent to Reese at some point or another aren't in this version. Who knows? We have time to fix them all properly later. The tape measure is also useful for measuring the outside of things, because a laser measure is really good if you have a flat surface to project the dot onto. But a laser measurer is absolutely useless if you are measuring the outside of something. Because if you're trying to measure the length of a bus, for instance, what are you going to measure it onto? I mean, you'd have to either get somebody else to hold up a flat surface at the other end of it, or prop up a flat surface at the other end yourself.
St Thomas's Hospital, County Hall.
Right.
Right here for London Eye.
We'll have to fix. Fixes will happen. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yes. No, there were too many things to, yeah. There were too many things for us to actually fix. Well, no, because you still don't have a vertical thing to aim the pointer at. I mean, basically what you need to do is go and get a sheet of plywood and then just prop the sheet of plywood up against the front corner of the bus. And then walk to the other end of the bus, line your laser measure up with the back of the bus, and aim it at the sheet of plywood. That's what I did when I was working at an architectural, or an architect's firm, like years and years and years ago. We had all sorts of fun trying to measure certain distances, because basically what we had to do, like, it was very hard to aim the laser pointer. So what we ended up doing was one person would aim the pointer in about the right direction. The other person would help. Oh no. No thanks to Dazza 1980 anymore. He is no longer thanked. But yeah, one of us would hold up a laser pointer pointing in approximately the right direction, and then another of us would hold a pad of paper and hold it up so the laser pointer was pointing into it, and then we would kind of try to ferry the laser pointer across the distance to where we need it to measure. Which was ridiculous. It kind of worked. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Gridlock. Gridlock is occurring. Yes, I would. Low-res textures won't actually change anything though, because the map doesn't have low-res texture settings. Your best bet would be to go for 256 by 256 textures, which will look a bit bad, but yeah, the AI count is clearly just up a bit too high. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. I'm just going to have to turn down the AI count. Oh, it's already on 50%. Okay, we're taking the alternative option. Banzai! Read the manual. So that's the thing that's going to need to be looked at. Oh, I only just realised there's a traffic light there. Look, emergency vehicles actually turn their sirens off when they're stopped now. It didn't make it in. It should have made it in. A lot of the traffic lights need reworking, especially all of the traffic light pedestrian crossings, because all of them are on a timer instead of being actually controlled by the pedestrians. Oh, see, all you sent me was a new timetable, not a new trip. So I added the new timetable, but there weren't any tracks for me to add. No worries, we'll include it later.
159 to
Yep.
Marble Arch.
Excuse me, you're making me very late for my appointment.
Am I now? You should have got an earlier bus. Let's have a look. 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Gadunk gadunk. We must be loading a few NRMs, I reckon. So the NRMs still clearly have a bad texture somewhere on them. Because that's not normal. Is it time to do a log file check? That's odd. That wasn't happening earlier. We'll see if anyone else has the same problem. If they do, we'll try and work out what the source of the problem is, and we will fix it. Right, that means we get to do the N3 early. So how's it going? It should load up quick. I spent a lot on my hard drive. Solid state drive even. Yeah. I mean, normally don't they just go for like having buses a certain amount of time apart? Yeah, they use headway instead of actual timetables. Yep. I wonder if I can work out a way of doing that in my own sim. Hello. Hello, Tiff Pet. Odd cat. I don't really know. I don't really know how to compare. I mean, I haven't really driven Berlin since. I wonder what that crash was about. Or if it was actually a crash.
One 159 to Marble
Yeah,
Arch.
Spandau's surprisingly heavy. Considering how visually simple a map it is, it's surprisingly heavy. If that crash is a persistent problem, we need to look into it.
Hiya, driver.
Because it did seem to get stuck there. But I haven't really driven Berlin Spandau since I got this PC. I don't have Berlin X10 either. Yeah, people keep comparing it to X10. I don't really know why, but a lot of people have been comparing them. Is that the same load? And this time it was fine.
Westminster Station, Parliament Square.
Oh, that's a weird bug which happened with an update to something or other. That's nothing to do with OMSI London. Wasn't that something to do with Bus Company Simulator? Yeah. So if you don't know how to do that, what you do is you go to Steam, you right click on OMSI 2, you go to local files and you hit verify integrity of game folder, or game files, sorry. It used to be verify integrity of game cache, but now it's called game files. That bug is if you have too many adjacent tiles turned on. Turn it down to one adjacent tile loading and you'll be fine. And yeah, there isn't a bug with the destinations, you just have to set them with the in-cab controller, and the manual will tell you how to do that. Like, we're working on a patch to make them compatible with the 92E menu. But for the moment, just set them with the controller. Okay, so things you can do. Things you can do. This is one of the most important ones. Turn down the resolution of your real-time reflections. Turn them down to 128 is fine. It works well enough. Make sure that you have real-time reflections on economy mode. Then you can turn off particles. That doesn't do that much. And then you can turn down the max object visibility distance and turn up the minimum object screen size.
Horse Guards Parade.
So those are the important settings to tweak. Branding patch. I don't think Reese was planning to make one himself, but he might do. I don't know. I'm sure that within like 24 hours, like 5 different people will upload branding patches to Fellas Film.
$159.
Are you for this bus? You're for this bus. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, fixes a higher priority than branding patches. Yep, they don't have any sound. That is true. A lot of Enviro 200s don't have indicator
Trafalgar
sounds
Square.
though. Yep. There are things that will be fixed. Don't worry about it. Have fun with it now, and we'll keep working on making it better. The other thing I'd like to fix is I want to reinstate Nelson on his column. Hello. Yeah, Nelson definitely needs putting back on his column. Just going round this corner is a particularly noticeable lag spot. If you're not going, I'm going. You play OMSI 2 on PC by downloading it, buying it and downloading it from Steam.
159 to Marble Arch.
Are you driving?
I don't know the exact details of it because I wasn't dealing with it, but I believe because it's a representation of a real-world location, you don't need licensing for things that exist in that real-world representation. Similar to the way that Street View doesn't need to pay every single shop that it takes a photo of to use their likeness. Coming up to one of my favourite parts of the map now. Well, I've certainly been up and down this road a few times. There's not much of this map that I've visited in real life, but this is one of the places. I have definitely waited for a bus at this stop before.
To Marble Arch.
Yep, that's easy enough. Just hit this button.
The next bus stop is closed.
There you go. Yeah, this is absolutely one of my favourite parts of the map. I'm just going to turn off the route markers really briefly. Because, like, I want you to be able to look around without the
Piccadilly
route markers.
Circus.
Yeah, it's a bit odd having a big billboard advertising the add-on that you've already bought in order to be able to see the billboard. We're going to ignore the fact that I've definitely clipped that curb, like, badly. There are fellas film ads. I snuck them in on the taxis. Turn down your adjacent tile count. Set it to adjacent tile count 1. All it'll do is it'll reduce your performance anyway.
Hello, lad.
Marble Arch.
So just turn that down. It's a known problem with OMSI.
I can't remember the last time this bus was actually on time. Hello.
Yeah, I think that might be a bit cheeky.
Oh yeah.
We can have a look at it. I haven't driven the 432 yet. What was the one I was intending to drive? Oh no, I have driven the 432, but I was going the other way. I think I'll do the I could do the N3. I mean, I've already done the 3 is the thing.
Conduit Street, Hamley's Toy Store.
I want to do a street route that we haven't already done, like the 133 maybe. What's that other one that goes right round the houses? Might be the 415? I mean, I need to try it. 322. That's the one. Let's do the 322. Yeah, we'll do the... Does an NRM fit round the 322? I did the 201 yesterday. Okay. Do not try an NRM on 322. Okay, we'll do the C200 instead then. And then we'll go use the... then we'll go do the N3 with the NRM. How about that?
Marble Arch.
This map is so much fun though. Like, I wasn't expecting... Like, honestly... Like, I knew it was going to be impressive, but... We're ignoring that. But I wasn't expecting to have as much fun as I've been having. Also, I'm wondering why so few of the taxis are black. Because I specifically made more black versions than grey versions. I 1,700 hours. What's a good bus for the 45?
to Marble Arch.
Come on, shut that door.
Arch.
There's so many routes. It's going to take so long to do all of them. Oh, bye Tiff. Ah, hang on. That means... yeah, I get to have my proper chair back. Because the cat has had this chair all morning. We can do a bus garage at some point. I'm not sure which garages serve which routes though. Yep, chair upgrade. Yeah. No, she's gone, so now I get to have my comfy chair back. Bork. Woof, bork, woof. Welcome to Oxford Circus. And God, does it look better than it did when Reese first showed screenshots of it. Honestly, the first version of Oxford Circus was so bad. Like, it wasn't just meh, it was actually bad. It is left, I was correct. Okay. So we need to do the N3 with the NRM, we need to do the 45 with the C400, and we need to do the 322 with the C200.
Circus station.
Well, those guys aren't giving any quarter. There's so many routes. Like most OMSI maps, you can sit down and drive all the routes in one sitting. You can't do that with London. There's so many of them.
159 to Marble Arch.
Tell you what I'm going to do really quickly. I'm also just going to uncap the frame rate a bit. I know it's not going to do anything right now. They're not quite centred in real life.
Oxford Street, John Lewis.
Hello, hello. The manual should be in the add-ons folder. And hello. Oh god, the number of people who've been complaining the sirens are too loud. They're not. Sirens are loud. Right, go complain to the real emergency services. Tell them that their sirens are too loud. You'll have to excuse me, my knowledge of London bus depots is limited. I like this bit, I haven't been down this bit before.
Bond Street Station.
There is a full PDF of the routes. That'll be why I like it, probably, because I recognise it vaguely. I think the AI vehicles have worked out just fine with their lower res texture versions. Adjacent tile count on 1. Mirrors to 128 by 128. Reflection mode economy. Stencil buffer effects off. And then just play with your draw distance and AI settings until you find something that works for you.
To Marble Arch.
God, I've been waiting ages. And what time do you call me?
And also you do need the 4GB patch. You might be able to get away without the 4GB patch if you run 128 by 128 textures and reduced AI list. But otherwise, you will need the 4GB patch. Hello. He's back.
Marble Arch
Never
Station.
fear, everyone. Did you enjoy it? Ross with the dad jokes. Ah, if you spend enough channel points, then we can time him out. Or even you can time him out. Oh no, wait, he's a moderator, you're not allowed to. Are you enjoying that 3600? Yeah, the 3600 is such a good processor. It's so good. I'm a big fan of the Ryzen 5 3600, if you haven't noticed. So, when you've downloaded the 4GB patch, what you do is you launch the executable. You launch the 4GB patch executable inside the 4GB patch zip file you downloaded. Then, you navigate to your OMSI2 folder. And you select the OMSI2 executable. Once you have done that, you press OK and then your executable is patched. Yeah. I mean, that's London. That's just London. Realism. I'm pretty sure I know what's causing the white textures on the NRM when it first loads. Yep, I'm going to the bus stand now. Oh, the broken textures on Marble Arch made it into the release. Oops. Oh boy. That'll be fixed in the patch, but for now we have the Marble Arch skyscraper. It's a modernistic interpretation of Marble Arch. I don't know, shall we have a vote? I could have sworn that I had, like, isn't there a way of making polls? I mean, I could just do a straw poll. There's announcements for every stop. And there's announcements for route terminating and bus on diversion and next stop closed, etc, etc, etc. And there we go, 10 minutes late. So, 322 plus C200 or 45 plus C400. Right. There we go. My traffic settings are at 261 cars, 50%. There you go, go do the straw poll. Also, this grass is a bit chunky. Thick grass. Let's see. Yep.
This bus terminates here. Please take all your belongings with you.
The driver has been instructed to wait at this bus stop for a short time to help even out the service.
That's not the correct announcement for that button, but whatever.
Please keep all your personal belongings with you at all times.
The people have spoken and the people want the C200. It's C200 time. I advise using whatever settings work for you. We can start at Waterloo, I guess. What route is... Shall I be a good boy? I'm normally not a good boy, but shall I be a good boy this time? And check which... The add-ons folder, London, routes and garages. So what is the operator that serves the 322? Go ahead, London. There we go. Excellent. Okay, and Waterloo Garage. So the problem is I don't actually know where Waterloo Garage is. Presumably it's over around Waterloo. Just at a guess. So where does the 322 start? 322 is the pink one, so I need to run empty to Brixton. So I need to follow the 59 to Brixton. Okay. We can do that. Ah, we've spawned in an electric bus parking spot. Oh. No, it's not meant to be there. That's one of the various things that'll be patched. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. We've spotted that. We've already made a patch for it. We just can't push the patch yet. So that's already been fixed. Yep, exactly. Yes, it sounds perfectly like the real thing. The screen washer I do not think is functional at the moment. But yeah. This is one of my favourite. Honestly, all the buses in the add-on are great. The C400 is showing its age, but this thing sounds so good. This thing and the B5LH are the best sounding buses on the map. Right, so I need to follow the 59 until I get there. Brixton. Yep. That looks right. That's probably just a bug in the repaint file. Yeah, they are. That's another of those things that we know about and we will fix. But they weren't showstoppers, so we left them for the time being. It's just the compromises we've had to make. The P5 hasn't been on the stream because the P5 isn't finished for release yet. I should run my not in service destination, shouldn't I? There you go, not in service. And you see the little symbol pop up, so that means the destinations are now scrolling. No, I was driving the 159. On a GeForce card... Oh god, I'm trying to remember. What a barky dog. I'm trying to remember, because I have an AMD card at the moment. On a GeForce card, right click on the desktop, go to NVIDIA settings, then in, oh god, is it in 3D applications? You can select, it'll give you a list of applications it's noticed, or you can add the applications yourself. Then you override application settings with the anti-aliasing. Don't select enhance, because then since OMSI doesn't have it, it won't do anything. You have to select override. You select OMSI. Launcher is a thing added with Bus Company Simulator. I think everyone has it now. But yeah, it's the OMSI executable itself that you need. I'm using 4x at the moment, but yeah. Kick down. There's a little bit of kick down there. I need a hill to do proper kick down. The 8.9 one will be coming shortly. It's not included yet. The priority was the 10.3 metre one because that's the one used for all of the services. The 8.9 metre one's just sort of a bonus version. The C400 can stall if you roll it backwards, and since the C200's gearbox is based on the same thing, I would imagine that it can probably stall if you roll it backwards as well. There's your answer. Yeah, we've had surprisingly good luck with the traffic lights and the traffic. We are running empty to the start of the 322. Oh, thank you for the follow. I haven't been keeping up with the follows. There have been so many of them today. That corner is a bit tight. I'm using a Logitech G27. Quite an old wheel, still works very well. I have had to fix it at one point though. Yeah, we are going to be able to reduce tile loading lag a little bit more. This is a good bus to drive. It feels small and nippy. But yeah, the tile loading lag is something we can do something about. A lot of it is caused by some of the textures on the new Route Masters. And we can fix that. So we might even be able to improve the performance at the next patch. You still 99% have Reese to thank. But I will take the credit for making sure that it came out today. I will take that credit. The P5 will be added, but Reese is intending to move on to new things now. The most important things now are fixes, performance improvements, and the additional versions of the C200. Yeah, I mean he was he was on ITV News like 4 years ago, so it's sort of a follow-up story. I need to make sure that I notice when I've actually got to the end, or got to the start of the route, I mean. I don't know what people have been complaining about with the excessive number of ambulances and stuff, because, like, I mean, I've been driving for an hour and 50 minutes, and, like, I've only seen a couple of emergency vehicles. So I really don't know what's I mean, there's one there. But yeah. Oh, this AI bug. This is an annoying one. Oh, the reason for this is because of that fire engine coming the other way. It forced this Range Rover to pull out when it shouldn't have pulled out. So I'm just going to have to smash through these guys. No. I don't think so. The problem is that you haven't got the sound count turned up high enough. So OMSI prioritises sounds that happen closer to you. So if you have your sound count turned down too low, then they will only turn on when they get really close to you. So then you would have quite a sudden jump as they turn on. Don't turn it up to 1000, turn it up to 400. 400's normally a good balance. The more sounds you have, the more memory you use, and the worse your performance will be. But yeah, if you're finding them turning on and off a bit jarring, try turning them to 401. 400. 401, anything. Who cares? 420, perfect. That is the exact right number of sounds, I will have you know. Like, that will give you optimum performance at all times. 69 frames per second. Well, I mean, I think it's worth the money, and that's not anything to do with me being paid for it, but I think it's worth the money. 322 diversion. Okay, so where do I want to be to start the route 322? Because I haven't done the 322 yet, so I don't know what the first stop is. That's the set down. Okay, so that's the set down and stand. Yep, turn right here. Oh, I should warm up the destination displays. So we want route 322 to... Oh, I don't have a timetable set yet. Crystal Palace, thank you. Clapham Common, Crystal Palace, there you go. And now the destinations will set. You know, some of my favourite parts of the map are these sort of back street bits, when you come away from the really busy streets in the middle and come onto one of the quieter side streets, because I'm surprised how well this has actually come out. But when you're in London and you go from the really busy main streets to the quiet side streets, it all goes quiet. Like, not quiet, but all the noise becomes a bit more distant. And you get that exact same feeling on this map, especially up around Oxford Circus, when you finish the routes that terminate Oxford Circus and then you pull off onto the back roads. But, like, I don't quite know how it's happened, because there's no tricks involved. Like, we haven't, like, consciously tried to do it, but the map just feels quiet around the quieter side streets. It's impressive. $16.50, $16.20, but that's from Crystal Palace, that's from Crystal Palace, that's from Crystal Palace, $16.20 from Brixton Road. Right, what have we got? Yep, destinations are up, we are away. Thunderbirds are go. Oh man, big old stretch. Adjust lumbar support. First stop after the turn, okay. Oh, no, there it is. We are green. Right, well. Hello, hello. Whew. This bus is going to be full after the first stop, isn't it?
222.
Oh, maybe not.
2 Crystal Palace.
322 to Crystal Palace.
Gresham Road. Brixton
That is a
Police
tight.
Station.
I can see
You
why
must
this route
touch
is
in with
a
your Oyster or
an
contact
8.9
this payment
meter
card
route in
as
real
soon
life.
as you board.
She didn't signal early enough.
Western Road.
Hello, hello. I have no idea how fast I'm going to try to drive this route because
Brixton Station Road.
what the this corner's too tight. Need an 8.9 meter. So how's the timing looking? Bang on time. Well, I don't know whether I should be driving fast or slow for this route.
322 to Crystal Palace.
Oh. Well, yeah, but like, keep an eye out for your bus, people. Ah, thank you for warning me. I would probably have gone straight on.
Loughborough Park, Dean House.
Okay. I know I've been complaining about the German streamers not trying to pull through somewhere because they think that their bus is too big. But you know what? What? The super narrow C400. Yeah, the perfect double decker for back road routes like this. A give way line? Those are rare in London. Almost every junction is a traffic light controlled junction. Van driver not indicating. Realistic. Okay, sure. I mean, that's realistic. Sandwiched between two Range Rovers. Must be school run time. Oh no. I'm worried. Yeah, that train's mysterious. Or actually, no, it's not that mysterious. We have worked out a fix for it, but we just didn't upload the whole of the fix. We only uploaded half of it. Yep. Etius gniete eting sweet nipo open. Yes. I've noticed that a few times. I'll be here for ages, am I? Or is the P5 a bit slow? Oh, what, the P5 is actually laying over. Oh. I'll screw this for a lark. Oh, now it's gone. As soon as I decide to do the illegal thing, then it goes. Because the NRM is the only one where the shape of the vehicle is actually intellectual property. For all the others, it's only the branding that's intellectual property, so you don't need to license it so long as you don't use the branding. But for the NRM, the entire shape is
322 2 Crystal
Oh, that
Palace.
corner's not so bad. Look, they've even got extra wide markings in the middle to give you more room. That's not so bad. Exactly. So that had to be licensed.
Hollybush Walk.
Train hype. Is this where the train ends up? There it is! There it is! We can see it.
322 2 Crystal Palace.
There's an Easter egg, alright? Easter egg. Yeah, blame Dazza. Blame Dazza. He only uploaded half of the fix.
Summer Leighton Road, Cold Harbour Lane.
It's his fault. All his fault. Oh, look over here on the left at this bus stop here. Oh, look, those are some nice tennis court, basketball courts. We're all just going to look over here for a bit.
To Crystal Palace.
Yeah, we're just going to look this way for a bit. Yes, look at this grass. Ah. What a lovely green spot at the side of the road.
Kellett Road.
You saw nothing. We have already made a fix. Yeah, I have no idea how he's managed that. That's something that I'd noticed as well. So which way am I going? Left. No, leave. Jesus. There's a lot of people who are going to need the 4 gig patch. I am honestly so worried about that. Jesus Christ. Okay. I mean, I guess it's one of 2 things releasing today. Bloody hell. It's number 2 on top sellers. After Cyberpunk.
322.
What the hell? Jesus, right, We're going to have a lot of support requests when people find that their game crashes. And the reply to all of them is going to be either use 256 by 256 textures and turn the AI onto reduced mode, or go download the 4 gig patch. But yeah. Oh god, support requests are going to be mad. No, that's insane. I mean, the other thing is that we're going to get a lot of refund requests from people who don't contact support about the 4 GB patch. Yeah, that is insane. Yep, download it from Fellas Film. Relevance, there you go. Good.
322. To Crystal Palace.
It's still pretty insane though. Like, it's still insane. Slightly less insane. You had me going there for a moment.
Regent Road.
I don't think so, because it goes through Steam. What happens with refunds for devs is the devs don't get the money at the end of the month. And I presume that if somebody refunds at the end of the month, it gets rolled over into the next month, and the developer gets paid that much less next month. Yep, that's a known bug. Post-release patch.
322.
Yes, it's just the 4 gig patch thing that I'm worried about. I'm honestly not so worried about the performance. Oh, I know where we are now.
Hill Station.
I don't think the 4 gig patch is mentioned in the manual. But yeah, basically the stock response is going to have to be try turning sounds down to 200 and using the reduced AI list, and turning textures to 256 by 256, or install the 4GB patch. I wonder how I am for time. 1 minute late. That is on time by London standards.
Three, two, two. 2 Crystal Palace.
Yep. We might need to make an announcement about it on the Steam store page.
Brockwell Park.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I was looking for the wrong route number. We'll see.
Three, two, two. 2 Crystal
Yeah,
Palace.
it's a shame I'm not getting paid for help desk services. Maybe I should ask for it.
Rosendale Road.
I'm really enjoying seeing all the other routes floating around. No, straight on. See? Straight on. He ain't been listening. See, I really don't think there's a problem with the emergency vehicles. There seems to be a realistic number of them, and they don't seem too loud to me. If anything, they seem a bit quiet. Yeah, it's a chonky map to play. Just be careful if you
322.
if you can't get it
2
running to your
Crystal Palace.
satisfaction. Be careful not to play OMSI for more than 2 hours, because otherwise you can't get a refund. Yes, the bus company names are licensed. As far as I'm aware, anyway. Well, licensing from TFL is definitely there.
Three, two, two. 2 Crystal Palace.
Oh no, don't play for more than 2 hours more. It'll count the hours from when you installed it to when you ask for the refund, and if that's more than 2 hours, then you can't get a refund. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. I mean, that's the thing, even if the map chugs for you, you still get 4 buses.
Crystal Palace.
And you're also going to be getting 2 more variants, like within a couple of weeks, because there's the C200 regional and the 8.9 meter C200 coming out, which you'll get as a free update. No. Bad. No. We don't talk about the C200A. Next bus stop closed.
322.
Excellent, I know how to do that.
To Crystal
Information.
Palace, the next bus stop is closed.
There you go, see? Look at me, proper London bus driver. Hang on. No, not quite a proper London bus driver yet. Now I'm a proper London bus driver. Hard for me to say. I am really enjoying it. It has issues. I mean, it's kind of hard for me to say, partly because I was involved in making it. So it's not quite
Tulse
like
Station.
asking me to rate Farthington, but like it has problems, and there are some things I don't like. So things like this spline doesn't have an end cap on it, for instance, so it's just sort of hollow. And the use of the default digways. The railway bridges I really like. I also like the fact that he's made shadows under the railway bridges. So notice this. Like, you might not have actually noticed, but the railway bridges have shadows under them.
Elm Court
Because obviously
Road.
OMSI can't do that, so Reese has done it. But yeah, that's the thing. The problems mostly revolve around fine details, traffic in particular, traffic lights and traffic priorities are a bit of a mess in places. And performance optimization. Okay, so we had
Crystal
one
Palace.
person with invisible cars through the entire testing process. I have never seen, like, it might be memory related, yes. Yeah. I would call this a 9 out of 10 if the traffic lights were fixed and if the traffic lights were fixed, or traffic priorities in general, and if the if efficiency improvements were made, if it did not require the 4 GB patch. Can't recommend it if you're not going to try and install the 4 GB patch, but if you are happy to install the 4 GB patch, then it's got to be a 7 out of 10 at the moment. Thing is, it's hard because if, like, that is a problem with a lot of OMSI maps, or it's a problem with all OMSI maps, is that they're made in OMSI. You know. which is what I intend to change with my own sim. Have I mentioned it before? It does need a good name though. At the moment it has the working title Untitled Bus Simulator, but it needs a new title. Something that is good for search engines. So not just New Bus Simulator or Next Bus Simulator, because if you search those words, then, you know, bus. Yeah, we'll go one better. First we had OMSI, which is Omnibus Simulator. Then we have Bus Simulator. Then we have The Bus. I'm going to go one further. I'm just going to call it Bus. No, even better, I'm going to call it B. Just B. Nothing else. Just the letter B. I don't know. Let us see. Yes, that'll be fine. I mean, it is a mobile processor. Let's have a look. It goes up to 4 gigahertz. It's relatively recent. It'll probably be fine. Mirrors are on economy mode. I always recommend putting mirrors on economy mode for OMSI.
Lancaster Avenue.
They chug performance if you have them on full mode. Yeah, that shortens to RTS. I was thinking about making a name by cramming together bits of relevant words. Because really what it's about is, like, yes, it's a bus sim, but the thing about making a bus sim, economy mode will give you some frame rate. Full mode does not. The thing about making a bus sim is basically what you're doing is you're making a... you've got a set of way markers that you have to drive to, and then you perform actions at those way markers. If you take out the buses and the passengers from that equation, then what you have is a delivery van simulator. If you take away the timetable from it, what you have is a taxi simulator. If you take away all of that from it, what you have is a driving simulator in general, you know.
The next bus stop is closed.
Slimline simulator. Chris Sim. Thing is, that wouldn't really do justice to anyone else who works on it.
Road.
Not 322, okay. Oh, wait. Oh, 322 that way, sure. No, it's not wise to load the whole map. Chris Sim and Co. Yes. Perfect. Super Chris Bros 64. I'm driving the 322. That's way too close to Cities in Motion. Virtual Sim. No, that's way too close to Virtual Bus.
322. 2 Crystal
Though I
Park.
could steal their thunder.
Never
I
heard
could,
of
like,
a
nick their name out from
time
under them. The Wheelie Good Bus Sim. otherwise known as twugbs. We love crisulators.
Robson Road.
Well, the thing is, it's not a UK simulator. It's not only for the UK, and it's not only for buses. So you know. Yes, I'm using my gear shifter as a handbrake, which is really nice because it locks forward and back. So I get to... and then I'm using the buttons on it as the door buttons. I'll show you the setup. So, since I have a set of nice big red buttons, those are perfect door buttons. And the handbrake, oh sorry, the gear lever is a perfect handbrake. There you go. It'll depend what part of the map you're in. Brixton is pretty heavy, even on my system. Unfortunately, it's just OMSI. You can't... oh, that's the strat. Pretend you're German. Then everyone will go German simulator. Yes, they know how to make simulators. We'll pretend that we're German. Oh, sorry, yeah. Also, pretty low settings doesn't really mean much because the individual settings in OMSI make a lot of difference.
Hello.
Oh. Speaking of gear lever as a handbrake, just roll off while people are boarding the bus. Yep.
322 to Crystal Palace.
Das Bus. I like that, Das Bus. Like the Germans are making the bus, so as a British person I'll make Das Bus. It depends on the part of the map. Shall I turn my frame rates? There we go. I am currently doing 35 frames per second right this moment. Realism. Uh, 32.
To Crystal Palace.
Oh, that's disappointing. I was looking forward to Russell's second chance.
Hayland Ride, Hamilton Road.
He'll get it again at some point. He is going to be back in that Mercedes. Maximum of 1 year before he's back in that Mercedes. Well, you know, a year and a half with, like, the off season. Oh, thanks for the follow. In fact, there have been a few new follows that I've missed. Ripley TV, Captain Staff, DH8D, Shadow Zurk, 27, Rt, 37, Stut Northeast, and I think we're back to where we were the last time I checked. I can't see my YouTube subscribers. I can only see Twitch followers. Still holding 30 FPS. See, I'm really not finding the emergency vehicles intrusive.
To Crystal Palace.
Like, they're emergency vehicles, you know, it's London.
Hayland Ride, St Gothard Road.
Ah, the Hail and Ride section. Wait, is that immediately left? Yep, I couldn't see the left turn sign. The blinds work if you set them through the Mobitech controller. It's really easy. Yeah, I don't know why Reese has chosen the dates he has for the registration plates. I can't tell you. They should be fine. I mean, all you do is you set your route and then your destination, then you wait 2 seconds, and then you'll see the little scroll wheel appear in the top right,
Crystal Palace.
and then while that's displaying, the blinds will set themselves. They take a while. Hello, hello. I like these side roads. Oh, does BCS break the blinds? Oh, BCS is responsible for breaking so many things.
St. Gothard Road.
It's one of the reasons I
The
don't
right
use it.
section ends here.
It just breaks so much stuff for some reason. Like, it could be that it's trying to set them using the 92E menu or something. This is a really fun route. It's a shame about some of the AI pathing. Now, like I've said, for many, many things, it's stuff that can be fixed post-release. It's not stuff that's going to stop you playing it right now. I wonder if the road markings... Oh, right. That would break stuff, wouldn't it? Yeah, BCS is weird. It's like everything it does is a hack.
322 to Crystal Palace.
Yeah, that.
Gypsy Hill, Gypsy Road.
Yes. But yeah, BCS is such a bodge. Excellent. I'm looking forward to it. I don't know, I haven't been keeping track. I just like driving my buses.
322
I don't want to do the
Crystal
virtual
Palace.
bus company stuff. I do want to make it possible for people to do virtual bus companies in my own sim. Because a lot of people obviously like it. So, you know, I need to work out how to support it in a reasonable way. That is very difficult. AI that's not on rails is extremely hard to do. And the thing is, it's hard, but it's also computationally expensive. Because you have to do a lot more calculations per frame. ETS is on rails. It's on rails, it's just they also have the ability to back up a bit. I'm going to have big chunks taken out of my tyre sidewalls.
322 to Crystal Palace.
Hello. We were just talking about
Gypsy
AI
Hill
in
Station.
my own sim. Reversing AI is necessary. There are going to be reverse out bus sims. Bus stations even. In my sim. So reversing AI is absolutely necessary. I should send Reese my modified version of the SO, which has all the German writing removed. But yeah, we were talking about how hard it is to do
Crystal Palace.
AI off rails.
Brilliant. You like?
I am making my own simulator. I'm making what's effectively an OMSI replacement. It has dynamic lighting and shadows. Like screen space shadows. Oh, sorry. Pixel shadows even. I'll show you. I've shown it on stream a few times.
Highland Road.
I'm alright. I haven't really had lunch or anything because I've spent the whole day sorting out my sorting out London, basically, because we found some last minute problems, so we all had to go into overdrive to fix it, and since Reese was away I was basically in charge of coordinating it all. I like this hill. Intention is your PC will not be fucked when you get my sim. Because on my PC, it... oh god, the Evas are terrible here.
Crystal Palace.
Yes, I do. At the moment, my sim runs at about between 90 and 120 FPS in the test scenes I've done. And most of that is GPU time, not CPU time. Which is good, because most of what I need to do to it is on the CPU now.
West Oak Hill.
I've tested it with hundreds of scenery objects all at the same time. And yes, I know Whippet coaches, and they're... it is not nearly completed, no. Yep, and I'm also trying to do as much stuff asynchronously as possible. So, if you don't know what that means, asynchronous stuff in computing means, in the context of a video game, means that you don't have to wait for it to finish before you move on to do other things. So one big problem in OMSI is that a lot of stuff on tiles is loaded synchronously, like here. So every frame you are waiting for all of an operation to finish before you can move on to the next frame. I'm trying to do as much stuff as possible asynchronously, so the work is spread out over multiple frames and you don't get such a big stutter. Like, you can't avoid stutters altogether in a sim with user-made content everywhere, because you can't control how the content has been made, but I can do my best to do as much stuff as I can asynchronously, and also use more processing cores where possible. But I can show you that in a bit. What I don't want to do is like advertise the stream as an OMSI stream, as an OMSI London stream, and then sort of bait and switch you into watching stuff about my own sim. Yeah, OMSI does some stuff asynchronously, so whenever you see a vehicle driving past with white textures, and then they're white for a moment, and then they sort of turn on, that is OMSI loading textures asynchronously. but it doesn't do as much asynchronous stuff as it could. But yeah, there's a long way to go yet. Like, I'm pinning release on 2022. Not going to say when in 2022, but I feel like with the current rate of progress, okay, they just went through the red, so I'm going to assume it's not actually red. But I feel like with the current rate of progress, 2022 is a reasonable estimate. But yeah, I can show it to you at the end of the stream. Oh, it was because of an emergency vehicle. Okay. I just assumed that that one wasn't set up right. I'm bad then. I hadn't realised. That makes sense though. But yeah, I'll be happy to show you that in a bit. But since, like, you know, I don't want to bait and switch people. I don't want to go, come and watch Addon London. Ha ha. Now you're watching me advertise my own game. Now that would be a bit cheeky. Oh, come on, you bastards. One of you bastards. Yep. There we go.
Crystal Palace bus station. Westow Hill.
That depends what you're doing. If you're making something, or if there's something you don't want to lose, back it up. There we go. The best way to back up OMSI 2 is just to select the entire folder, right click and make a zip archive. Okay. That is 2 routes down, 2 to go. So let's do the 45 next, C400 on the 45, and then we'll finish off with the NRM on the N3. It's going to be a Lonk Boy stream. Yep, using a fresh version is generally recommended. Let's have a peek at the manual. 45, Elephant and Castle. Oh, it's a nice short route. Okay. So Brixton to Elephant and Castle. The 415 looks nice as well. There's a lot of stuff that looks nice, honestly. Yeah, so 45. The manual should be in Addons London, and then it's this one. Well, no, this one's the map, the other one's the manual. Oh. You make your own judgment. That is a big boy install. God, I still haven't done like I haven't done the X68. I haven't done the P5. I haven't done the 12. I have done the 201. I haven't done the 415. I haven't done the N2. There are so many routes. Just so many. Right, so yeah, 45, that's what we were going to do. Go ahead London. I don't believe it is. I like the grey skirt livery. And London Hoff. What depot is the 45 at? Q. I am very pleased with how my AI pack is performing. Like, yeah. The performance of it seems to be great. I don't know how the payware AI packs have been made, because I've never downloaded them, but I'm very pleased that the way that I made mine has turned out to work really well. So the C400 at the moment has one noticeable thing missing. It's going to be put back in a bit. Right. So yeah, 23 FPS in the middle of this garage. I am going to do the Route 45, but for now... sorry, no, not that. For now, let's just slap the go-ahead logo up on the blinds. Here we go. Oh. I've accidentally started scrolling through that. Oh, whatever. Let's set off. Yeah, it's going to take it a while, so it's best for us just to start. You should, yes. So hang on, I can't see the top of the sun from here. So hang on, where am I going? Where's the start of the 45? Okay, there's the bus stand. Okay, so I go right. Hello. Yep. Tell you what, let's change up the weather conditions a bit. Get earlier. Oh no. Omzi is not happy with that idea. I go with heavy fog. There we go. This isn't the start. Yep, lights on. Oh god. That's not the first stop. Yeah, you go left here. That's the bus stand. That's where you wait for the next service. Then you go round here. Okay, and then you go, oh, wait. Is that the first stop? Keep going to Elephant and Castle. Okay. If you have Task Manager open, close it. Also, if you want to run the map on full quality, then you need the 4GB patch, which is available on Fellas Film. Yeah, when I don't have passengers on board, I'm a speedy boy. If not, then you can verify the integrity of your game files, which will reset your options and controller inputs, which is annoying of it, but it will make sure that you absolutely definitely have all the files that you need and none of them are broken. Tam. That new clean bug tracker feeling. Yep. Here it comes. Oh boy. We've still got a lot of work to do. I'm not going to say the work has only just begun, because, like, no, the work is, like, a very big part of the way there. Yes, that is the sensible thing to do. Before you do before you verify it, copy the contents of, or rather copy your entire inputs folder. I wouldn't bother with the options file, because it's often better to just reset the options to normal. Did I go the wrong way? Where was the 45 meant to go there? Okay, keep going. Oh, there's the 45 stop. Yeah, I wasn't patient enough to look another 50 meters down the road. So that light isn't for me. I'm just going to turn some drizzle on as well. It's not that. It is in the weather settings, user-defined weather, wind, that doesn't really matter. Rain, intensity, light drizzle. Drizzle. There we go. every traffic light. Completely realistic. Like, if there is a traffic light for you to get stuck at, you will get stuck at it. That's just how the world works. Thank you for following. I'm going to insist on pronouncing her name Dilaner. Oh, sorry, the alert box is turned off. There we go. I've turned the alert box on. Yeah, well, everyone wants to drive, like, London buses are famous, you know, across the world. Everyone wants to drive a big red bus. Yeah, that's clearly what's happening to me. But the general population of the world doesn't care about driving a bus in Chicago, but a big red London bus, that's famous, you know. It's like a fire truck. I want one of the first pieces of inbuilt content for my own sim to be a 1960s London map. It might not be possible to do 1960s, but at the very least, it's got to have AEC route masters on it. Yeah, I was starting to make one years and years ago, but I didn't have the time. RTs not so much. Like, the general public doesn't know what an RT is. They know what a route master is. So if you want to sell to the general public, then you've got to sell a route master. We are about to start the Route 45. Yeah, but again, like, the general public doesn't know what one of those is. Oh, come on, they are great buses. Like, they're a seriously good piece of engineering design. Okay, this is Elephant and Castle Station. So... keep going, okay. I cannot see that light. I can see that one. Turn left again at a small junction ahead, okay. There's honestly so much variety in the map. The thing there isn't is there's not any sort of out of town... basically there's no M25. There's no dual carriageway running. That's the only thing that it's missing. Well, I mean, obviously it's an urban map, so it doesn't have rural routes. There you go. Now we've got the subscription sounds on. Thanks, Game Network. Yeah. So, turn left somewhere over here. I mean, you used to drive into VCS, didn't you? Two more lights after this. And then I stop driving like a nutter and start driving like I actually have passengers on board. Because then I'll actually have passengers on board. You know, the thing that I love about... Yeah, I've turned it on now. I just had it turned off for some reason, but now I've turned it on. That's well, no, I'll just go and park at the bus stand. As there will be a bus stand. Yeah, here's the bus stand. There we go. I would very much like to have multiplayer in my sim. That is one of the big things that I want. I want to have multiplayer done the old-fashioned way as well. So you'll have community servers, so like say Fellas Film might host a server for a Birmingham map, and then you can just log on and join the Birmingham map server, the Fellas Film Birmingham map server. Right, so where am I going? Oh yeah, I need to actually set my route. So I'm going from Elephant and Castle to Poinders Road. Yeah. Okay, so they're all referred to as Clapham Park. Okay. Now we watch the destination scroll. Yeah, I'll just have collisions turned off. No collisions. But yeah, that's something that I definitely want to have, because people have been asking for that for OMSI for so many years. Oh yeah. Yes, what you mean, Roadhog, is Reese has improved the performance of the vehicle. $149, okay, sure. I've just noticed the rain mesh is glitching as well. Which route goes the most out of the city? It's got to be the one that feels the least city is probably the 322. But the 432 actually goes further out of the city. Yep. There we go. Boing. Bounce. I like the bounce. Yeah. It looks fine. I haven't even noticed. Yeah, the bounce is so good. So what time is our first stop? It is 5:59. Ah, we know what we have now. We have a saloon heater. That's right, it's a C400 with working heating. Imagine that. It's beyond your wildest possible dreams. It's now 14 degrees inside the bus. I can walk you through my settings, but remember that performance will be very different on different devices. So, my settings, I have my target frame rate set to 60, neighbour tiles count 1, max complexity 2, max map complexity 1, stencil buffer effects off, this is one of the biggest performance hogs, visibility distance 750, object size 1.3%, reflections 4.6%, real-time reflections economy, another really important one for performance. I've got particle systems on, but only for user vehicles. Then real-time reflection size is 128 by 128, and everything else is default. Then AI traffic 50%, 261. Stencil buffer effects do things like reflections on road surfaces and shadows. Except OMSI shadows look terrible anyway, so I'd recommend you just keep them turned off because they hog performance and they look awful, so just don't bother with them. Some people insist on using them, I don't understand why. But my own sim will have actual proper shadows. I mean, having shadows comes with its own set of problems, because suddenly, in order to do... Yeah, that is basically what it's doing. OMSI is doing CPU ray tracing. Oh, there you go, there's your problem. But yeah, you know all this fuss about ray tracing graphics cards? OMSI's been doing ray tracing for years, but it does it entirely on the CPU, and the CPU is very bad at it. But yeah, making your own, using shadows comes with its own set of problems. Because if you have shadows, in order to have self-shadowing, in order to not have what's called shadow acne, which is this horrible stripy effect when you have shadows sort of trying to shadow themselves and it looks weird and horrible. In order to avoid that, you have to increase one of two things, a normal bias and a depth bias. What those do is effectively they push the shadows away from their surface a little bit. So, hey, thank you for the follow. So you end up with problems with things like thin vehicle roofs. So on the interior of the vehicle, you might end up with a sort of gap where shadows should be but aren't. So there's a weird bright spot on the interior roof of the vehicle, which is very hard to get rid of. Well, actually, no. It's quite easy to get rid of, but it's another thing you have to think about, because what you have to do is you have to add a new shadow occlusion mesh, which is separate to the mesh being shadowed. Because then, since that's a separate mesh, it isn't self-shadowing, so it can actually block the shadows. But it's just another layer of things that has to be thought about. In a similar way to the way that multi-threading stuff isn't always the answer. Like, yeah, single threading things isn't great for performance when you have another, like, well, almost all modern PCs that you buy now will have at least another 5 cores hanging around, or at least another 3 cores hanging around, and not using them is a bit wasteful. But sometimes it's less efficient to use multi-threading, because setting up new threads takes time. So sometimes you might find it's actually more efficient to just run everything on one thread. Have I come off at the right exit? This feels like the wrong way. No, it's not. Yeah, it's just one of those compromises. There's the silver one. Is this our starting stop? Must be this one here. Okay, so nothing there, so we're going to keep going because we're going to be late already. Now, which way? Right.
Elephant and Castle Station.
And thank you, DJ Madball. Hang on. It's this way, isn't it? No, it's that way. Yep. I cannot see. I'm going to turn the fog off. I cannot see. There we go. Fog has been yeeted. Excuse me. Nothing unusual happening here. There we go. No more fog. Nah, I want to get to the end of the route alive right now. Really don't have any passengers yet, do we? Oh yeah, I don't have a timing unit on this bus yet. Already 3 minutes late. Hello.
Larkham Street.
At least with no passengers around, I can make up some time. As far as I know, Dave has never missed a stream. Like, I haven't checked, but I don't think he ever has.
East Street.
Cremonch.
Should be.
Yeah, there you go, 45 Clapham Park. There just hasn't been anyone at the number 45 stops. It's not that they're not walking toward the bus. Ooh, Cremonch. Heckin' Cremonch. I'm not complaining because it means I might be able to get back on time. Yes, they are. London still uses roll bands for some reason. I don't know why. Well, no, I do know why. Supposedly it's because they're easier to read. And to be fair, they are easier to read in daytime. But they're also very heavy and very expensive to change. Because with a matrix destination board, all you have to do to change them is reprogram them. But with a roll band destination board, you have to actually replace the entire roll. Hello. It's good fun, isn't it? I'm honestly surprised how much I'm enjoying myself, now that it's finally out. Yeah. I'm surprised. I mean, like, in the daytime, obviously, LED displays have to be constantly lit. I doubt it. Like, potentially for some of the other buses, but not for the NRM. It's just too much a part of its DNA. Did you start getting the jumping bus? Because if your frame rate drops too low, OMSI's physics calculations shit themselves. Because OMSI's physics are tied to the frame rate. Which is great. It's a really good idea. I don't know. Oh. This should be us. Yep. For it. Small cone Cremonch. Yeah, it's just an artifact. That's another thing my sim will do differently. Physics will not be tied to frame rate. No plans for an Enviro 400H at the moment.
Westmoreland Road.
But yeah, like... I couldn't tell you. But yeah, the physics will not be tied to the frame rate, so if your frame rate has a fit, at least your bus won't fall through the floor. There we go, now there are people. what's even worse is some of the
45.
Optare ones, like the Optare Solo SR.
Clapham Park.
Like it has a glass screen angled back about 45 degrees. Like over the top of the destination board. And the board itself is set back like almost half a metre into it. So you just can't read it up close in bright
Camberwell Road,
light.
Albany Road.
Bonk. Good morning. I mean, that's not an unaerodynamic design. Yeah. Like, buses don't, as a general rule, do more than about 50 miles an hour. Just the most unaerodynamic part isn't the front end anyway, it's the back. Because a great big block that's punching a hole in the air or leaving a giant... It's sort of sucking a giant vortex behind it. Now the back end's more important than the front end. Like if you look at a teardrop, they have a flat front and a pointy back.
Hello there, driver.
45 to Clapham Park.
So yeah, the back end of a vehicle is more important for its aerodynamics than the front end. Oh, our Enviro 400 XLBs are perfect social distancing buses. They're enormous.
Bowyer Place.
Ah! Yes, my double-decker. That's the most aerodynamic one. See you around.
To
Anyway, yeah, just
Clapham
take the
Park.
aerodynamic hit at the front end. Take the aerodynamic hit at the front end and stick a square destination box on that lets vision impaired people actually see where their bus is going. XLB Enviro 400s are the ones on the Volvo B8L chassis, so they're 3-axle buses. And they're huge. They're great. I really like them. They're a bit rattly though. Like something in the engine bay rattles. It's not rattles from inside the bus. There's something in the engine bay that makes a horrible rattly noise.
Medlar
Yep.
Street.
Yeah, we have a fleet of them here. Well, we have slightly fewer of them than we originally had because somebody drove one under a low bridge and took the entire roof off, which is impressive when your bus is 13 metres long, that you managed to take the whole roof off. Yes, now we have an Enviro 200 XLB.
45 to Clapham Park.
And thank you for the follow. Nazeroed 101. Gudunk, 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 gudunk.
Denmark Hill, Camberwell Green.
Delicate handbrake. That's not a drop axle, you mean tag axle. A tag axle is the steering one. And it's because they need to get around some really quite tight corners in Cambridge, where the tail swing isn't so much of a problem, but the steering angle is. Yeah, thankfully no one was on the top deck at the time, but there's a reason why that route is single deckers only, and somehow somebody managed to allocate a double decker to it. So 2 people failed. The first person was the person who allocated the bus to that route, and the second person was the driver. Right, yeah. Like, it's the person who allocates the route's job to make sure the bus they allocate is safe for that route, but at the end of the day it's the driver's responsibility to make sure that what they're doing with that bus is safe.
To Clapham Park.
Oh, I see, we're pretty much back where we started now. I have messed that turn up. We're just going to keep looking sideways and pretend I didn't knock over that lamppost.
Valmar Road. You must touch in with your Oyster or contactless payment card
everyone
as soon as
working
you
on the
board.
London Facebook page. Everyone working on the London Facebook page gets sort of PTSD flashbacks every time they hear a notification. But now we don't have, like, the whole week. The entirety of this week we've been fending off people asking for free copies of the map or early copies of the map for this, that or the other reason. So it's like, can I have a free copy because I have 17 followers on Twitch? Or can I have it early because I'm working on the day it releases? We've been fending off those questions all week. We have had illness sob stories as well. Well, see, my reactions count is going to have gone right up this week because of the updates I've been posting about the add-on. I don't know how many I've got today. It's a large number, though. Yes, your parrot ate your digital download.
For King's College Hospital.
Oh, somebody did ask for it because it's their birthday. We checked their Facebook profile. It wasn't their birthday. Their birthday's in January. Since then, they've set their Facebook profile to private.
45 to Clapham Park.
Oh, now I need to turn the heater down. Because it's 31 degrees in here.
Lilford Road.
And thank you for the follow, Michael. Your parrot ate your hard drive. That sounds almost exactly like the reason why like 99% of all OMSI maps that have started. No, you wouldn't. I'm sorry. But like 99% of maps people have started have been lost because of a they all claim that it's hard drive
Loughborough
failure and
Junction
none of them had a
Station.
backup.
You must touch in
I
with
don't
your
know if that's a
Oyster
cover
or
up for
contactless
I got
payment
bored,
card
but I
as
don't
soon
want
as
to
you
tell
board.
people I got bored, so I'm going to tell them my hard drive broke instead. But like, it just seems to be like an enormous problem for OMSI content developers that their hard drives break. Like, they just seem to break all the time. I'm just going to open some windows. Open them on a moving bus. There we go. I've had SSD failures before. Oh, there you go. That's how much power this thing has. The engine has more power than the handbrake.
45.
50
to
quid for a
Clapham
temporary
Park.
PC. Just resends you his computer. It's your parrot's brother's birthday.
Hey, handsome.
Hey, how's it
I love the railway bridges along here. And thank you for the follow, BA Travel and SPG Ferro something. See, I see the letters SPG and I just think self-propelled gun.
Shakespeare Road.
And Sonoid's Grim. That's a lot. Oh god, that's a heck ton of people. Jesus Christ. I'm having to look around the back of my screen. But when I'm driving, I have my main screen pulled out in front of me. So it sort of hides the side of my other screens. I am going to have a good rest after this. Oh, a t-shirt, branded t-shirt? Hell yes. And we'll have to have somebody carrying a fashion bag.
45. to Clapham Park.
Absolutely.
Hello, lads.
Definitely. I'm sure we can hook you up with a copy that definitely does not contain any viruses. There will be no malicious contents to the package that we send you. See, that's the thing to do.
Moreland
Like, you get people occasionally sort of sending you PMs. Like, when you make content, you get people sending you PMs saying, "Hi mate, can you send me this please?" Or actually no, not when you make content, when they think you have content that they want. So they don't bother asking the developer because they know the developer won't let them have it. But they will message everyone they know has
45
access to it.
to Clapham Park.
Yes, there is. Do you want to hear it? You can't hear it in this bus. You can hear it in the NRM later. Maybe. Wheelchairs is something I do want to implement. Pushchairs, eh. The problem with pushchairs is that then you have this situation where you need to Where you might need to throw the pushchair out in order to let the wheelchair on or something, and that's just not something I'm intending to model.
Brixton Station Road.
Yeah, I also want in-bus ambience to be dependent on the map rather than on the and thank you, Octal Magician. I want it to be dependent on the map instead of the vehicle. Yep, eventually. Yes, absolutely. That is how you get a free copy right there. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the biggest brain among us today. If you send me £27 and 7 pence,
45.
I will send you a free
Clapham
copy of
Park.
Addon London. Like, roll up, roll up. Free Addon London, only £27 and 7 pence.
Gresham Road, Brixton Police Station. You must touch in with your Oyster or contactless payment card as soon as you board.
I keep forgetting that I have a rear door.
45. 2. Clapham Park.
Oh, CCTV. Yeah. Hello. Oh yeah, it is working. Fair enough. Well, God knows what happened to the Eva City this morning. Yep. Roll, step right up, buy your parrot here. £27 and 7 pence. The problem with dynamic CCTV, that's a heckin' chonker of a parrot. Like, my dog is 13 kilograms. That is a big parrot. I mean,
Brixton
obviously, because he ate your hard
a light
drive.
here for National Rail
You know.
and local bus
So actually that
services.
makes sense. That makes the earlier part of your story make sense. But yeah, CCTV screens and obviously are terrible for performance because the camera is always active even if the screen itself is not active. Yep. Is that the dogs I've got stuck in Elizabeth's room bark? Oh no. It's the dogs. Somebody's outside the front door and I want to see them bark. Worse in this bus than any of the others so far. I mean, you're seeing them right now, though it's a bit worse than normal because I'm streaming. No, there's not. OMSI limitation. OMSI was not designed to have CCTV cameras. It was made for buses from the 1980s, which didn't have them. So no, there isn't any way of turning them off when you're not looking at them. The only optimization there is when you're not. You can turn them off when they're outside of the cone of vision, but only horizontally, not vertically. So like the one above me, even though I can't see it, it's not on the screen, that's always on, even when it's not rendering anything. CCTV in OMSI is just a bit, yeah. Yes.
Rush Common.
Okay, honestly, I'd just turn that off because, like, I'd get rid of it altogether and just take the performance hit, because, you know, you're not looking at that 99% of the time, but it's costing you performance 100% of the time. And in my own simulator, you'll be able to dynamically turn on and off cameras, or just move them around to different locations. So if you have a CCTV screen, instead of having a lot of cameras that you turn on and off, what you do is you just have the same camera, but you can switch its positions. Yep, even when the electrics are off, you cannot turn off that camera, because it's not a camera, it's a mirror.
To Clapham Park.
So for each CCTV screen, you will have... Oh, that's another thing. The camera views in the cab will not be defined by the bus maker, or rather they'll say where the driver sits, but your own settings will determine the field of view.
Lane.
I am aiming for 2022. It does not yet have a name. Something similar to that, yes. Like, don't hold me to that. Don't hold me to that, but that's my goal.
45 to Clapham Park.
Yep, you heard it here. It's releasing in 1 hour. 1 hour and 13 minutes. You heard it here first. Brand new bus simulator. 1 hour and 13 minutes. Add-on. If you want to drive a bus in London, yes. However, you must be willing to install the 4 GB patch. You might be able to run it with the reduced AI list, i.e. only red buses, and with set textures turned to 256 by 256 mode. If you do that, you might be able to get away without the 4 GB patch, otherwise you will need it.
To Clapham Park.
Yes, you can have exactly 1.8 copies of Addon London. And yeah, I don't know what this issue is on my vans, because, like, hang on. Yeah, it's only visible at long distances, but for some reason that texture isn't rendering properly at that distance. Yeah, my own simulator will require Addon London for OMSI. Like, it's not even going to use it for anything, it's just going to check. When you install it, it will check on Steam if you own Addon London, and if you don't, it'll just refuse to install.
Jeb Avenue, Brixton Prison.
Yep.
45 to Clapham Park.
Bones has been working very hard to ensure that Fells Film doesn't crash in this Steam release. Hello. Something like that, yep.
New Park Road.
You know what, I'm also going to check if your name starts with an R. And if your username on Windows starts with an R, then it'll just refuse to load. Oh god. We're on that kind of jokes time of the evening. Yep, Ross is banned. Like, okay, so these AI are just ignoring the traffic lights. I'm just going to go through. There are things like that that we're going to fix. Might be a day, might be a week, but we'll fix them.
45 to Clapham Park.
Also, if you install it at any time other than a very narrow window between 9:15 in the morning and 10 past 10, also in the morning, then you're out of luck.
Homewood Road.
Oh right, they're going past because of the ambulance, yeah. Fair enough. They had a reason to go past. I hope you appreciated all the detail on that ambulance in that frame stutter we just had. Oh, the other thing you need for London is you do need a good processor and preferably a solid state drive. Or grow some brain cells in some cases.
Streatham Place.
I mean, I also want to make the mod installation process easier for people who aren't familiar with old school modding, because that's what OMSI is, it's old school modding. Like, you have to actually put the files in the place yourself. It is old school modding, but I want you to be able to do it like that, but I also want to have a simplified content management system built in. Oh yeah, you need some to start with, don't you? A good processor. Put it this way, if you have an Intel Core 4000 series with a clock speed of 3 GHz plus, you'll probably be fine. Yeah, and if you happen to be driving the Route 31 at exactly 10 past 10 on the 14th of April, and you have Discord set to dark mode, then it'll uninstall, it'll delete System 32. There's not much use saying it's running okay on an i5 because there's a lot of different kinds of i5. Old ones, new ones, laptop ones. And even inside each generation there are like dozens of different performance variations.
Atkins Road, New Park Road.
You need the series of numbers after it, but yeah, if a 3570 runs it, then that's... Ah, is that the route? Are we done?
.45 to Clapham Park.
These guys are having fun. A 2400 is probably pushing it a bit. I mean, he's running it on a 2400, but... Oh my god. We have a new competitor. Like, we have a new competitor for Ross in the awful dad jokes game. Am I missing a route arrow? Where am I meant to go? Oh, I see. I'm just meant to stand here and then go around there. Okay, cool. Well, after this, I'm going to get a quick snack because, like, so far today, I've only eaten a bowl of cereal, and I did that on stream. I don't want to, I don't want to draw people in saying it's an OMSI stream and then switch it up for a stream of my own soon, because that feels kind of disingenuous. But I also don't want to give people the wrong idea, because obviously it's in the very early stages right now. Like the very, very early stages, but I can show you some of the stuff that I've been doing. You'd have to ask somebody else about timetables in London. I don't know enough about them. You know what, I might not leave it watching this junction because there seem to be some cars whipping into each other. I'm going to leave it watching this part of this junction. There we go. Snack break. I'll be back in a bit. See you in a bit. Okay. Here we go. We got one more route to do. Well, no, we have a lot more routes. We have a lot more than one more route to do. But we're going to do one more route today. I'm full of biscuits, which are almost the same thing as food. Plague. Plague. Dying of plague. Come on, if we're going to be an all-over advert, I don't want it just to be red. Some biscuit went down the wrong way. Yes, there are templates for all of them. So if you're having trouble starting the NRM, follow this simple guide. Press E. Wait. Press M. And then put your foot on the brake and press D. And I've done something wrong. There we go. Didn't hold M down for long enough. I know, right? It's odd. There we go. But yeah, it's just like starting all the other buses in the Addon. You know? Press E to turn on the electrics, then M turns on the engine. Sometimes it's M more than once because you're effectively turning a key through more than one position. You're very insistent, aren't you? But let's do it. So which service would that be? Which schedule would that be? Which of these does an N3? Which of these do you mean? You obviously have a very clear idea of which one I should be using. But which one is it? I'll look in the route list quickly. Now there's the 3. There's the destination codes. That was the same document again. It should be included in the download. It's in the add-ons folder. I don't believe that there is a route list. Oh, not a route list, you know what I mean, a schedule. So I'm just going to keep scrubbing through this until I find one. There we go, there's one of them. That's the only one. Yeah, let's try setting it to the right time in the morning to start with. Ah, here we go. There we go, let's go with that one. Though actually, it's going to be quite light by the time I've done that. So that one's 5:45. Yeah, no, I don't really want to run then. I want to run in the dark. Let's set it back to about 1 in the morning. To make the route master go forwards, let me just turn it off. Step 1. Press E to turn the electrics on. Wait. Step 2. Press M. Step 3. Press M again. Step 4. With the handbrake on, press your foot all the way down on the foot brake. Step 5, press D to go into drive. Now, speaking of which, currently I'm not getting mine started. Step 6, read the manual. Okay, I see what people are complaining about now. There we go, turn the battery master on, wait 5 seconds, once on, press the drive ignition switch followed by the drive start switch. It's in the add-ons folder. So 9A drive start switch, 9B drive ignition switch. So that's on. Press that. Oh, why is the handbrake off? That'll be why. Well, that would be one reason why it might not start. Yeah, something's gone wrong here. Just reset it again. Okay, I can see why people are complaining now. Maybe once you've turned it on once, it won't start again afterwards. Did somebody say post-release patch? I haven't had trouble starting it before. Wait 5 seconds. Yes, it does. That's because it's the same. There we go. Now it's on. So now you can see the rev counter over there. The rev counter has started. Our bus is on. Okay, now we need to find a line. Let's go for 2:45. Of course, we're going to need some time to set our blinds. Where are we going? Crystal Palace. There we go. Now we wait for that to scroll. Oh right, yeah, sure. Yes. You're right, Annalie. Hopefully I don't upset it too much by changing it mid-scroll. I've upset it. I'm going to get a drink of water. You can watch it scroll. Hello. Oh yeah. Hello, Tiff. Nom 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 nom. She is actually eating the tinsel, yes. The cat's eating the tinsel. No, it's scrolling all the way to Kennington. When it's got there, it'll reverse course and go back to Annalie. At least it should do. I can tell that. This isn't just Omsi being Omsi. This is Roadhog's work. This is. If this doesn't work, it's all his fault. She is alert right now. Oh, the side destination has started scrolling. It's going back the other way. Don't know how well you can see it, but the side destination has reversed course. Why does London use smart lines? Why can't it just be normal? I don't know why that panel's red. Did somebody say post-release patch? Yeah, there you go. It's had accident damage, and it's been repaired. That's what's happened to it. Oh boy, come on. Scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll. Ah yes, it's definitely their fault. There we go. I think we're there. I think we're pretty much there. That's not in yet, no. We're just waiting for the front blind now. Yes, it's the beta tester's fault for finding all these problems. It was perfect before they found all the problems with it. Right, we are there. How late am I? I'm already late, just from the time it took to get all those blinds to scroll. Replying to Restream bot Pog. This is a tight-ass corner. Made it. I really like the electric drive system on the NRM. It's so nice. It's so smooth. And the sounds are nice too. I'm not sure if they're 100% accurate, like the other buses are. I mean, obviously the B5LH is a Euro 5 one when it should be a Euro 6 one, but we know that. But, like, it sounds nice. It sounds good. And it drives nicely. Bonk. Yeah, the Euro 5 ones sound nicer anyway. Ah, well, there you go. Does it sound accurate to you? I've been on them, but it was ages ago and I was on the top deck, so I don't really know. Well, no, I was on the bottom deck on one journey. But the bus was full of people and it was very noisy.
Conduit Street, Hamley's Toy Store.
Anyone want to get on? Not 312N3. Well, there you go. That's the answer there. In the menu, in the add-ons folder. It should be there. If it's not there, blame Aerosoft, but it should be in your add-ons folder. Inside the OMSI 2 folder. Remind me for my own simulator to have an in-game way of reading manuals, so you don't have to navigate to the game folder to find the manual. Or at least an in-game button to open the manual. Oh my god.
N3 to Annerley Station. Piccadilly Circus.
Turn stencil buffer effects off. Turn your mirrors to economy mode, 128 by 128. Turn off any applications that are running in the background. Oh, I really like driving the NRM. Yeah, a lot of things seem to have managed. A lot of things which were fixed in previous versions seem to have managed to be lost again in this version.
Station.
Yep. Yes. As part of the content creation
Haymarket,
tools, yes.
Charles II Street.
I really like how this thing drives. Yeah, the version that got uploaded is a weird mishmash of different versions. You don't want to get on. Okay, sure.
Trafalgar
That's
Square,
the sound of a
Charing
visitor.
Cross
Hang
Station.
on. Hello. Hello. Hi. If you come in here, you're going to get picked up and cuddled. Your decision. Hello. Hello. What are you sniffing at? Dead insects. Okay, sure. Oh, mind your head. Oh dear. Oh, you dumb dog. You dumb dog. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, you heavy lump. You heavy lump. Jesus. Who's a heavy lump? There we go. I will be going after this route. Oh. She's a cockapoo, which is the most ridiculous name for any crossbreed ever. Part Cocker Spaniel, part Poodle. And all slightly nervous right now, aren't you?
N3 to Annerley Station.
Yep.
Whitehall, Trafalgar Square.
Simulators greater than real life. Yeah. Yep. Cavapoos, golden doodles, labradoodles. You're a good one though, aren't you? What a good girl. Yeah. Basically cross it with a poodle. Make it hypoallergenic. Give it a cuddlier temperament. She's not very happy about this. She's trying to work out how to get down. Okay, she's just gonna sit. Okay. Such a gentle noise this bus makes. Really nice for driving at night.
Whitehall, Horse Guards Avenue. Watch out for traffic when leaving the bus.
That's an issue that I thought had been fixed, but apparently hasn't been. The opaque bits around the side of that statue there.
Horse Guards Parade.
It's such a nice gentle noise this bus makes.
Westminster Station, Parliament Square. Abingdon Street.
Hello. What a good girl. I mean, all the buses around me, other than the Volvos, don't have one. You can do if you want to. Thank you for subscribing. 2 people in the exact same second. You both managed to subscribe within 1 second of each other. She's lovely. Okay.
N3 to Annerley Station.
She'd be a good blanket, wouldn't she?
Horseferry Road.
And the prime sub. MVP. Absolute MVP. Sub for more doggo.
N3 to Annerley Station.
Like, less than a week ago, this junction here had no scenic detail on it.
Lambeth Palace.
None. It just
A light
wasn't
here
done.
for
It wasn't there
Lambeth
at all.
Bridge.
Yes, they all get along fine. And now it's all there and done, and like I have no idea how he's done it all that quickly. I mean, basically he doesn't sleep. He wakes up, he works on London, and then he goes to sleep. Like, he wakes up at about 5 in the afternoon, works on London till about 5 in the morning, and then goes to sleep. Oh, that's Snuggle Bunch. Butt face. I'm having to shuffle the wheel like an old man with a dog on my lap. You've lost me now, I'll be honest.
N3 to Pratt Walk.
Dog name reveal at 50k subs. Honestly not sure. We can have a quick look after this. Yeah, if you guess the name of the dog right, you win the dog.
Hello.
N3 to Annerley Station.
But here's the caveat. If you get it right, I'm going to assume that you cheated. And then you don't win.
Kennington Road, Imperial War Museum.
Do you want to get down? Do you want to get down? Good cat. Right, dog time is over. We are 5 minutes late somehow. I mean, we had all that time at the start faffing around with our destinations.
To Annerley Station. Fitzallen Street.
Yeah, what she was really hoping when she came in is that I was in bed. She likes her people stationary. Then she can sit on them.
Kennington
I
Lane.
say your driving is impeccable. No, I'm very joking. Can you stop the bus please? I want to get off before I throw up.
Yeah, that's the thing that seems to happen with the 4 gig patch. What happens is probably that it gets to the point where it would have run out. Nobody knows why it happens. Like, OMSI's the only program in the world which can crash when you have Task Manager
N3
open.
to Annerley Station.
God knows.
Windmill Row.
No, it hasn't happened to me. Oh boy, I am ready for a... Oh! Of course Roadhog's worked it out. Like, if there was somebody who was going to work it out, it would be him.
Kennington Park Post Office.
She's actually called Mahavir Raghunathan. You can turn down your number of sounds. You can... just anything that reduces memory. You can reduce your object draw distance. You can rip transit van.
St. Mark's Church. A light here for Oval Station and Cricket Ground.
You can reduce your object draw distance. You can turn down your sound count. You can turn down your AI vehicle count. You can turn on reduced AI list. This corner still feels a bit tight, or rather those poles feel a bit close. 750 meters with one adjacent tile loading.
Chill out,
Your
man.
badge
Jesus.
number.
It's impeccable. Nah, I'm very joking.
They complain a lot more on the NRM than they do on any of the other buses, it seems. No, they're really angry at me in this.
N3 to Annerley Station.
Yep. No, it's really nice to drive. It has problems. But,
Vassal Road.
well, they're all just complaining about being on an NRM. They should take the exact same amount of time on all buses, because it should be the same on all of them. I mean, if they drive like this in real life, then I can see why drivers like them. Good luck. I can post for you the exact settings that I've been using all stream.
The next bus stop, Grove Way. The next bus stop is closed. Loughborough Road.
Sure. Why are people obsessed with getting people to DM them stuff instead of, like, you know, posting them publicly so you can help other people? Or even just posting them in a public chat. I don't really get this obsession with getting people to DM people stuff. Yeah, we're CPU brothers. Like, CPU brothers. That's a thing I could do in my own simulator. I could have a setting for traffic lights where what you do, the right thing to do, is ask in the support thread. DMing the author is often quite annoying. Oh, you're hiding behind the signpost. Yeah. What was I saying? I was saying something. Oh yeah, emergency vehicles at traffic lights. I can just have a setting in traffic lights in my own sim where you can set them up so that emergency vehicles can't turn them off.
Villa Road.
Or alternatively, so that instead of ignoring traffic lights, instead of AI vehicles ignoring the traffic lights, instead they actually set the traffic lights to the green phase.
Brixton Road, Brixton Police Station. Alight here for Brixton Academy.
Yeah, that was a last minute change. I also turned their sounds down a little bit because everyone was complaining about them. I think they're too quiet now. Because, you know, emergency sirens are loud. Oh yeah, Road Dog, that was a thing that you were saying that some of the bits of updates had made it into
N3
into the release package and other bits hadn't. I sent Reese an updated version of my AI with the emergency vehicle sound and registration plate changes. And that didn't make it into the release version, so I don't know what happened.
Bus services.
We can ignore that. There was nobody there. I really like the electric drivetrain sounds.
St Matthew's Church. Alight here for Lambeth Town Hall. N3 to Annerley Station. St Matthew's Estate.
But yeah, things like the temporary traffic lights, they shouldn't let emergency when it's one way. Like, an emergency vehicle shouldn't be able to push through a one-way stretch going the wrong way.
Road.
Instead, what it should do is it should turn the light red at the other side and give priority to this side, but it still needs to wait the full length of time for vehicles to clear. The 322 was really good fun. So was the 68. So was the 159.
Road,
So was the 45. I'd recommend the 322. It's a bit different to the ones you've driven so far. Yeah, all of them. I haven't driven the 12 yet. Yeah, I noticed some of them aren't in the right order. The first few are in the right order, but the ones on some of the later pages aren't in the right order. Yeah, I'd say you should drive the 3 first. Give you an idea of how much has changed since the map was first released. Yeah, the smoking one is bugged. Yeah, the 322 starting in Brixton and ending at Crystal Palace is a really fun route if you do it that way round, because then you get to go up the massive hill right at the end, and that's fun. Do it in the C200 though, because the other buses are a bit too thick. White boy.
N3 to Annerley Station.
I know, right? Hello back.
Hernhill Station.
It does, doesn't it? Yep. It makes a huge difference.
Brockwell Park.
Nobody getting off here. Are we back on time yet? No, we're still 5 minutes late. No.
Guernsey Grove.
At least I don't think so. I mean, the GPU will have to use more memory, but it's not actually being addressed by OMSI. I don't know actually. Well, yeah, the best thing is higher resolution.
Chill out, man. Jesus.
But if you can't do higher resolution, then good anti-aliasing is the next best thing. I apologise to them. Oh yeah, the version with the working bus stop brake didn't make it. It's really weird which fixes did and didn't get managed to make it into the release version.
Annerley Station.
There's no such thing as a non-Steam OMSI 2.
Turney Road.
If you have OMSI 2, you have Steam. If you do not have OMSI 2, you can't run London because it's an OMSI 2 add-on. A USB? How the hell are you running OMSI off a USB? What? What? You're on your own there. A USB? Yes, but that was OMSI, not OMSI 2. OMSI 2 is only Steam. No, it was Steam from the very beginning.
N3.
You could buy a physical
to
copy, but the
Annerley
physical copy
Station.
just links you to a download on Steam. It came with a nice map, though, and a physical manual, so that was nice.
Hymersmead.
If the game's been put on a USB, then it shouldn't be running at all, because it shouldn't launch without Steam, unless you have a cracked copy, in which case, God help you.
Croxted Road, Thurlow Park Road. Alight here for West
Hello,
Dulwich
New.
Station.
I have no idea. We're going to have to roll together a whole new patch which actually puts all the patches that were supposed to be added to the game into the game. You know, you can just reinstall it, right? There's a button you can press that just reverts it back to default, and then it just works again.
Ling's Coppice.
Verify integrity of game files.
Ildersley Grove.
You right click on it in Steam, you go to local files and you click verify integrity of game files. So you right click on it, you click properties, and then you go to the local files tab, and then you click verify integrity of game files. Then it checks if anything is missing or broken, and if anything is missing or broken it downloads a new copy of it for you. The other thing you can do is you can delete the whole OMSI folder and then do verify integrity, and then it'll download an entirely new copy of OMSI for you.
Church approach. South Croxted Road.
Yeah, that works too. Graphics card doesn't matter very much. CPU and primary drive do matter.
N3 to Annerley Station.
Yeah, that's the new thing that emergency vehicles do, is when you're stopped they turn off, or when they're stopped they turn off their sirens.
Gypsy Hill.
Want the bullhorn? No, I don't.
N3 to Annerley Station.
Yeah, Sam Bob's been trying to get me to do that, but since I don't have the sounds for it, you know.
Dulwich Park, Kingswood Drive.
Oh my god. Just put nothing in there. Just put nothing in. Just delete everything that's in that box, and it should launch normally.
N3 to Annerley Station. Dulwich Park, College Road. Crystal Palace Parade, College Road.
Yep. And yes. Getting on? Or are you just going for a... oh, hello. Or are you just going for a walk on the curb? Well, I've solved that problem. What I did there was teach him not to just walk in the middle of the road.
Crystal Palace Parade.
Yep, he's not going to do that again.
N3 to Annerley Station.
N3, anal. Sorry.
Crystal Palace Park. Alight here for bus services towards Herne Hill, Lewisham, Norwood Junction, Sydenham or West Dulwich from Crystal Palace Bus Station. Crystal Palace Station. Alight here for Crystal Palace National Sports Centre and Athletics Stadium.
I keep expecting her to say, alight here for National Rail Services to...
What's the driver playing at?
The driver is playing at Braking on a Hill. I feel like sometimes they go off actual
N3
brake
to
application
Annerley
percentage
Station.
instead of G-forces or accelerations.
Hamlet Road.
Yoink. It's a steep hill. I'll get off quicker.
N3
That was the
to
timetable.
Annerley
I've made up a
Station.
minute.
Annerley Road, Thicket Road.
Maybe? Oh! You might be right. Because they certainly complain more when going downhill, even if you're decelerating at the same rate. You have to brake harder, so maybe they are just looking at wheel torque. Those cones would not last in
Annerley
that
Road,
position. These
Annerley
last
Station.
few would have been knocked over several times over. Oh yes, this super tight corner here. Luckily, it's the middle of the
Annerley
night, so I
Station.
can just do this. Yeah, they don't like eye shifts. They don't like anything that's not got a torque converter, really.
N3 to Annerley Station.
There we go. We set off 2 minutes late, and we ended up 5 minutes late. Yes, that's what OMSI's
Annerley
passengers
Station.
like. No, I can't. I'm surprised because I haven't been driving slowly and the traffic's been really favourable. What, they drift? Nani? I'm assuming that these bus bays are long enough for my bus. Oh yeah, they're plenty long enough. Right, that is a lot of Addon London. Not quite all of it because there's a heckin' huge amount of it, but that's a lot of Addon London. I'm gonna go and have some food. Yeah, I could change the time and watch one, couldn't I? Oh, we can do a quick snow texture check, can't we? Let's do that. Schneid. Yeah, there you go, snow textures. At least they work here. They might not work everywhere, but they certainly work here. Oh, is he running? Okay, cool. Yeah, let's change the time to day and see what... I might need to ask Greg if I can pinch this for Farmington. So mine needs to be a 365, not a 465. So let's just keep rolling the time forwards by a couple of minutes each time and see if something turns up. Here comes one. Don't you start. Tremonch. Right, what you do. Oh yeah, the one-wheel peel. I mean, you couldn't really do that much better with OMSI AI, honestly. They're not designed for that. Oh, that just turned its engine off there. Yes, that is the place to stop the bus. Ideal. Perfect. Hello. Yeah, very shortly. So, settings file, settings file, settings file. I can't do that. I'll shove it on the... I'll shove it on the... my own Discord. There we go. Cool. Right. And last thing, now that we've done all the London-y stuff, just give me a moment. Clong, bang, clong, springy noises. There we go, we can stick that there. We'll be fine. Actually, can I just build it? Yeah, that'll be more representative. So, the thing that might not mean a lot to a lot of you is the fact that I have managed to serialize out almost everything that's happening in my game, because the thing with most games is all the assets are pre-optimized and pre-compiled in. The thing with what I'm doing is that you have to load them in at runtime without making the user... The thing I specifically want to avoid is I don't want the user to ever have to touch the game engine directly. They should only have to do stuff with my game and the tools that I provide. Nothing you see is final. None of it is final. I was thinking of adding like a paintbrush tile adding tool. So you basically paint on the area that you want to work with and it just fills that area with tiles. But yeah, you can sneak preview of veiling pack. Ta-da. Sneak preview. Hope you like the exclusive sneak preview. But yeah, this is all serialized out. So this is all coming from a set of folders that's serialized into. Here's the object file. Ta-da! Everything's serialized. Similarly, police car. Ta-da! A few things still wrong with it, but basically works. But the thing that I was working on recently was painting actual 3D grass, which was harder than I thought it would be, but I've done it. So there you go, instead of just painting grass colours onto the ground, you can have actual waving 3D grass. And this is all running at like 120 odd FPS. I mean, it's locked to 60 at the moment, but it does run at about 120 odd FPS. But yeah, you can have actual grass that waves in the wind. Looks like I need to do something about the seams between tiles. But yeah. And then you can raise and lower the terrain and the grass goes with it. You know, it stays covering the terrain. And you can paint different terrain colours on, but that's... I don't have any... You did see default cube. Good old default cube is still with us. So the other one that I can show you is I have a quick demo of the lighting. So I'm using a volumetric procedural cloud system. It does have a lower or a lower performance impact, higher performing fallback for it. But yeah, real-time volumetric dynamic clouds. The time's accelerated a lot at the moment, so you can see what's going on. Yeah, it goes down below the horizon, and then moving stars. Oh, there goes the Milky Way. And let's have a quick look inside this. So we've got bump mapping on everything, so everything responds to light in the right way. Like you can see the variations in shininess on this edge. This is a test vehicle that somebody else made that I just imported because it looked good and was appropriate for what I was doing. But yeah, look, mirrors, dynamic mirror, bit of a dirty dynamic mirror, but dynamic mirror nonetheless. I have a placeholder physics system in at the moment. It's very placeholder. Yeah. Also placeholder sounds. And last but not least, let's go in here because I want to show you what the trees look like. Oh yeah, I changed how World Manager works. Give me a second. Because I've been changing stuff left, right and centre, sometimes things fall out from under other things. Let me just fix that. And then like we can just assign any game object to that and it'll be happy. There you go, police cars are now grass, you heard it here first. But yeah, there you go. This is what shadows look like from my trees. They look like this. And from gates. And bushes and shrubbery. And it's all running at 150 frames a second at 1080p. These ones are better looking because the material properties are actually saved properly. I need to work out what went wrong with the other ones. But yeah. Yeah, anyway. That's my mandatory quick UBS plug. Quick my own simulator plug at the end of the stream. 2022, that's what I'm aiming for. I'm so pleased with how this is looking. I mean, I know you can't really see it because, you know, the ground's missing for one thing. But, like, just look at the things that are there. Look at the lighting on this. Look at the shadows on that building. I'm so happy. But yeah, I'm working very hard on it. You'll see more of it in the future. Anyway, yeah. Fun stream. I enjoyed that. I actually enjoyed driving around London more than I thought. Like, I know I've been working quite hard for some time to help do stuff. But I'm surprised by how much I actually enjoyed it, honestly. Oh yeah, what's his channel name? Fully Love? Let's go raid him. There we go. Oh. Right, let's see if that worked. I don't know how raids actually work. Like, do we need to do we need to form a raiding party and then raid, or what do we do? Like, I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. We hit the raid now button. Hang on, I'm going to wait until this ad break is over. Then I'll raid him. And ad break's over. We're raiding. Here goes the raid.
The thing I can't see, by the way, so just know that I'm thankful. Actually, I will check. Thanks for the follow, Ufbri, and thanks for the follow, Sleeping in Gamer. There was another one a while ago, but I didn't. It's not popped up yet. Hey, Extra. Hey, Chicken Fried Noodles. Hey, Chris, how you doing? What route is this? This is the 159.
Yeah. Go watch him. I'm off.
Original Arms B90.
I will see you all later.
Vassal Road.
At some point.
I think the B5LH will be the
Keep
best
watching him for more London.
Evo City.
See